YouTube, hello, it is I, your cult leader, your cult father, your cult daddy, Keronzi, back once again. We are back playing some more fun Fantasy XIV, where I am going to start the long and arduous process of unlocking everything. It is gonna be a time. But hey, this is what we do, right? So I'll try and keep this a little shorter than usual. There are some links down below. There's the Lord of Commercial, there's my throne list. You click on those, they help me out a ton. That's actually it, I think. That was real short. Shorter than I was expecting. So we raise money, I guess. Any money that's going through on the stream at the moment is going towards Legend of Zelda games. There's a cosplay goal down below. Shin has increased that by 1. So thank you. I guess.
I just, waiting for the belly dancer outfit.
What made you think it's that one?
Because I know you, Ronzi. And because you already have most of the parts from your own private collection.
Oh. Alright. So, still needing to raise levels of things, but we can get to that eventually, I guess, at some point.
Yep. I mean, you're going to need to grind up for equipment to raise eye levels to do the stuff you're unlocking, and
yeah, exactly.
you can use that to get levels on alternative classes and blah 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 blah.
Indeed. I mean, at the end of the day, I should just look at just unlocking as much as possible. See where the roadblocks are and work from there.
Yep. So, first of all, you're going to want your much anticipated.
Yes. And that means I need to head to Reunion. Much anticipated Monster Hunter crossover. Until I have to cancel the parties, at the very least. Hey, I'm looking for things. A red wyvern by the name Rathalos. I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. I've heard stories of a great wyvern that slumbers in the mountains to the north. But it was not red, and most certainly does not go by that name. Still, if this Rathalos you speak of truly exists, slaying such a beast would bring great honor to my tribe. Mark my words. If this beast will fall by a blade of the Oranir. No, probably not. A gargantuan red wyvern? I'm sorry, miss, but I'm not overly familiar with the comings and goings of this place. I only visit on occasions to do a small bit of business. Perhaps you should speak with the Castir? Though speak is perhaps not the right word, seeing as they do not. At any rate, you will find none more knowledgeable of the happenings in the Azim Steppe. A red wyvern named Rathalos? Oh dear. Perhaps the story I heard was true then. Of a young man from the Ura clan leading a flock of dozos down the mountains? He was making his way to Reunion when a fierce wind began to blow. A terrible, howling gale which left him all but blinded. To his horror, he soon realized the deafening roar he heard was not of the wind's making. He claimed it was that of a great wyvern which descended from on high to claim several dozen of his flock, disappearing into the sky as quickly as it came. Needless to say, he ran to Reunion with all haste, telling everyone of what had happened. But the man is a known liar and a swindler. Who would believe such a tale coming from him? And you've got a watch streak? Is it the old gods speaking to me through the walls, demanding blood and life to sate their hunger? Maybe.
I mean, it is your basement we're talking about.
Fair. I mean, what basement? I live in a flat. I don't have a basement.
Sure.
Blah. Upon hearing of a red wyvern, the Questeri merchant takes on a grave expression. The Questeri merchant points southwestward. Perhaps you will find some clue to the wyvern's whereabouts in that direction. There's an unlocked quest still in the town. I'm assuming that's to do with the Namazu.
Possibly.
Because I'm fairly certain I'd done everything that I could in the other area, and I needed to do stuff in here, I think. I'll probably do that then. You arrive at the area the Questeri merchant appeared to be indicating. All you can do now is lie in wait for your prey. What's this? Oh, a hunter. A formidable looking one at that. It's the Palico! Have you come to help then? To hunt the Meowster Rathalos? The Meowster? After seeing the bounty, I couldn't resist. A talking cat? Why is that a question when we've already dealt with a Kate Sith? Which, in essence, is a talking cat.
But that's a familiar. Also, Hrothgar and Mikote.
Exactly. I feel like, fucking what's-her-face is, like, rolling in her recovery bed at the moment.
Ishtola.
My mind was drawing a blank. I don't understand why it was drawing a blank, but yeah, she's Tola. It's like, curse you? She's probably also saying that because I forgot her name.
More that, I think.
I gotta go with us
Thou
seeing it.
shall not forget Ishtola.
No. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I knew I was right to post that bill. I'm an apprentice feline hunter, and I've come to this place in search of meowsters. Rathalos, to be precise. But even with 9 lives, I could never slay one on my own. That's why I posted that notice seeking help. There's a reason they're often referred to as King of the Skies, after all. Some also call them fire wyverns on account of their ability to breathe fire. I feel awful just thinking about all the hunters burnt to cinders in their wake. Yes, yes. And they roar exactly like that. Would you believe it's powerful enough to stun their prey? No, just stupid palicos. There's the boy! Flying on through. Ah. What a majestic beast.
Does seem bigger.
In the Monster Hunter game, size is actually a mechanic. And I think actually by small amounts adjusts the health pool of the monster dependent upon its size. I think. I don't know if that is a mechanic. If it's not, it should be. But you can't see the health anyway. You don't have a health bar, so you would never be able to tell how much health it has. So it wouldn't be that much of a detriment for them to try and put it in. That was him! That was a Rathalos! Still willing to help, I hope? Yeah, of course. What a day! What a day! Both a meowster and a ferocious hunter to slay it. I sure got the cream today. Let's hurry.
Ew.
He seemed to be heading northwest, back to the mountains. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Taddy. Oh, before I forget, I never did ask your name. Never asked yours either. Nice to meet you, Ilya. Now, let's be off. And fun Monster Hunter fact at the very least. Because I don't think it really... I'm not sure if it will cover it in the game. In this one at the very least. Every Rathalos is male.
And how does that work?
So... Those wyverns are technically split into two subspecies.
Right.
Rathalos, which are red, azure, and gold. So azure and gold are subspecies of the Rathalos. And then the Rathian is the female, which are green, pink, and silver.
So I had to put pink in there.
Yeah. Don't understand why. But they made the subspecies of Rathian pink and then silver. And they are all female. One that obviously you won't come across in here, at the very least, is... Because I don't think they didn't do it, they only brought the one monster over, but there is a monster called Diablos in Monster Hunter, and the base variant of those, which are like a sandy brown, they are all male. And the female variants are rarer seen, and they are the Black Diablos. There are only a few that are exclusive male-female ecologies.
Mm.
But those are some of them.
I mean, colour and size dimorphism is frequent.
Yes.
In nature.
Yeah.
But they don't tend to call them by different names.
No, the Rathian and Rathalos, I believe, are the only ones. Like Diablos and Black Diablos, it's done primarily because the females are only ever black, so they may as well just call them Black Diablos. At least that's what they went with in the games anyway.
Right.
There is essentially two Elder Dragons, Teostra and Lunestra, and they're a male and female pair as well. But then the
when they're named.
Yeah. Yeah, the Elder Dragons are, like, unique in of themselves. They're essentially sentient. They have higher intelligence on par with humans. They just can't. At least they haven't been able to speak. But I think there are some that can. We just never see it. The Rathalos is somewhere along that path. I just know it. But I'm afraid you'll have to go without me. As I am right meow, I fear I'd only slow you down. Before you go, though, I insist you take these with you. When catastrophe strikes, a hunter should never be without mega potions. I don't know if you normally keep medicine on hand to treat your wounds, but I guarantee you've never had anything quite like that. When you and your friends are ready, go on in. You do have friends to help, right? Hey, I thought hunters usually fight in groups of 4. Well, I suppose you know best. The Great Hunt, now accessible. During the Great Hunt, you will gain access to the Duty Action Mega Potion. Be advised, while it can be used to restore large amounts of HP, its usage is limited. Upon clearing the duty, you can claim a special reward by examining the remains of the Rathalos. Be certain to do so before leaving the instance. Alright, well, I mean, that is... I need an average eye level of 320.
Which is a bit above what you're on.
Yeah, I'm at 316. I basically will need to just upgrade all of my gear, essentially.
Yeah. So, what do you want to unlock next?
I can do that over there another time. I think we just unlock as much as we can. So we go back to... We go back to Raga's Reach and unlock stuff from there.
Okay.
Because I mean, what else do we have to unlock in Kuganu?
24-man Hildebrand, and there's a dungeon.
For the 24-man, it might be worth me and Mox unlocking that, like going through that at the same time, and we wait for Smiley to be back for that one? Because I can't remember which one. I can't remember. I think is Smiley back this week or next week? This weekend or next weekend?
I don't know.
I can't remember either. I think he's away for another week. I mean, we can unlock the dungeon at the very least that I can get in Kugani.
Yep.
We'll do Hildebrand like roughly at the same time as Mox, and I think the 24 men as well.
Honestly, I would say do the 24 man, because with the 24 mans from now on, there's always a lot of additional story. Mox will tend to go through that a lot quicker than you because he's not reading it out for the audience.
Yeah. All right, so back to Kugane then. We can do those 2 unlocks.
Okay, you're looking for the quest of Dramatis Personae.
Castle. Okay, well there seems to be 4 unlocks here at the very least. Because I see the Hildebrand. There's Dramatis Personae, Songs in the Key of Kugane, and which is a level 1. I don't know what the hell that is then. And then King of the Castle.
Songs in the Key of Kugane. I don't know what that is. That might just be an Orchestron vendor unlock. I don't know. Interesting.
Well, it's the Wandering Minstrel.
That's extremes then.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the Wandering Minstrel is always extremes.
Well, I should probably at least do this anyway, because we're going to need them, right?
Does that mean that you're going to try to sing?
I'm not going to try and sing. But, I mean...
have to deafen you for that.
If we will need the extremes. Who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Almigo both? In spite of your begrudging fame, I am honored that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble minstrel.
That's burgeoning.
Oh. Sure.
Burgeoning fame.
If I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it is an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it is a second home to me, often as I find myself here on the endless quests for verse. And on this particular visit, with the proprietor of this theatre chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn, and I have since been commissioned to write piece for a new production. That is not to brag, mind you, nay, far from it. Although I am glad for the approval, the truth is, I have been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you have witnessed, such emotions experienced in your struggle to liberate Doma and Alamigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though the tales have been doing the rounds, there's no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of she who stood in the thick of it and knew the depths of her heart. I shall remain in Kugane while I compose my pieces for the Muji Koza. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask that you regale unto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls. Ah, something heroic this way comes. Okay. How fare you, Ilya? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw from my work, or to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Okay, let's talk about both of these then. All three of these even. Oh, what stirring story have you for me today? To lose a beloved daughter not once, but twice. First to the Empire, and then to the Primal's false promise? 'Tis all I can do to imagine the Quelliana's elder's grief. And as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chooses to flee from it by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. 'Tis a tragedy to render hearts. My apologies, Ilya. I know full well that I asked for a tale, but so private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honour the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life a mother mourned, but from the flesh her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile a mother yearned. Now from dreams she may ne'er return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in a tale's telling, but it cannot wipe away such sorrow. That has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal and scars to fade, and so pray I shall, for the Quelliana and for those who grieve, that they may one day know peace. Ah, you have a new tale for me. Wonderful! Time to talk about Susano. A clash against a kami of legend? Those words fairly write themselves. Yes, this would adapt very well indeed for the stage. I dare say even the Kojin would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, it is only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears, then, to the tale of your furious encounter with Susano, the Lord of the Revel. Upon eastern seas, three treasures join to birth a Kami great, whose sacred blade strikes ore in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands a challenger comes, a hero from afar, whose radiant blade sets soul ablaze to outshine the very stars.
He's really reaching for those rhymes this time.
Yeah, he is. So, was I able to capture Susano's stormy grandeur? I drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. Somewhat stormier than you recall? Well then, that makes it just right. Upon the stage, storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it is commonplace to favor the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubts that the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation. Ah, okay, well no, something heroic this week comes, yes, I get it. Time for another drag run. Well then, and pray do not keep me in suspense. Shinryu, a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the Empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form. Nor that it would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom. Bound to the will of Xenos Yi Galvus, a pitiable man who feels naught save when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save, a desperate man did direly crave. High though the price, in full did he pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. The power to rise, the power to vie, a lonely man did madly desire, who forsook his flesh, for such was the toll, binding a god to his insatiable soul.
Back in a moment, Ronzi.
Okay. My renditions aren't that bad, I'm sorry.
No, they really are.
Well, that was the last one, you'll be happy to know.
I need to go bleach my ears.
Okay. Here we have two men who saw power, but for different reasons. One wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny, the other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet, even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now, you, my friend, you will continue your fights, will you not? I pray you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful. Also, I could, like, buy stuff to get up. Interesting. Mm, 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 mm.
Hello.
Hello. Mm. It might be a waste of money, but I've at least found a way that I could gear up quickly.
You'd probably be better off trying to find items on the market build.
Probably end up being cheaper, right?
Possibly. Or at least as expensive, but with higher eye level. And better stats.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, so this is one of them. A dramatis persona.
Yeah.
Keaton knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Welcome, my lady. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Merilla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. Is there a problem? Muji? That would be my sister. People mistake us all the time. I thought I knew the name from somewhere. That would be my sister. People mistake us all the time. Same profession, you see. We do bear a passing resemblance. When last I heard, she was still assigned to the botanist guilds in Grindania. Poor thing. I wouldn't have had that reaction if I hadn't done the botanist quest line, would I?
Probably not.
Interesting. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning to the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I'm but an observer. Alma? Alma! Come! I found her! Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. Why are we Star Wars referencing here?
Because we can.
Fair. It's all right, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Wait, so they're the ones that own the big ship? Because I thought that was I thought that giant airship out in the harbor was Mandavillian.
What giant airship?
The one that's out in the harbor.
What harbour? All I see is fog.
Fog you.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Where do I gotta go? Sob. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minegumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him if, when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Elia. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship. And a Garlean one at that. Didn't realize it was a Garlean one. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Because, I mean, unless I missed it, Alma was not a Garlean.
You sure? She did have hair covering the centre of the forehead.
Right, but isn't the jewel on the Garlean's forehead, like, not that far above the brow?
It's... That hairstyle would certainly hide it.
Fair enough. Because, I mean, it's definitely not on the model that I can see. Welcome to the Prima Vista, the most luxurious theatre barge in all the land. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. Oh, well, if it's Imperial, quite possibly could be Garlean. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone, and they will readily attest. The Majestic Imperial Theatre Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boasts a sizable following in Grindania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theatre troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theatre troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their work for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writ of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with 2 options. Compromise their creative integrity to curry favour with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely, in ostensible, unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outbursts. I am Alma Bass Lexentale, daughter of Principal Gemuis Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of a censor's attention, but beneath, it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting faults, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Allow me, Lena. Sid! Sid's getting his hand in everything this expansion. This post-expansion. I've known Genomis since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Ah, you're good, Sid. Genomis and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the others' naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversations began, it was invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomis never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever train against artificial bonds and borders, man-made wells and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the sky so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just though there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Almegan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitex Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for his missing father, or for her missing father, and in Garlean territory, no less? But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I would have helped even before Sid was here.
Death to the Garleans.
Death to the Garleans. I never turn my back on a damsel in distress. I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. Never turn away a damsel in distress. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search? Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, became a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice? Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomis simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sisters forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Evilise had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this, of all places, as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Evilis lie beyond Nagzia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca deserts. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca deserts to search for proof of Evilice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. My father called them auricites? I had a feeling that looked familiar. It's auricites. The shit that we used to deal with the Asians. Okay. Okay. And claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Evilasian legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auricite that young Delita rose to prominence. Prominence. I can speak, it's true. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how this auricite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Higashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research. Though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness? Or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Wait. He put his wife's soul into the auricite?
One thing I'm going to say, Ronzi.
Yeah.
They're saying auricite.
Mm-hmm.
What you used against the Asian.
Yeah.
was specifically called white aurosite.
Okay. But it's
Just
still...
keep that in mind.
Okay, yeah, so there is a distinction between the two, but I mean, it's still cut from the same cloth, as it were. The white aurosite is probably a more purer form. You probably can't tell me because it's probably explained later.
There's a lot of lore around aurosite and different types of aurosite.
Right.
To some degree, it is still an area that might require or might get further exploration.
Hmm.
From what I understand, as a basic, aurosite is a crystal capable of receiving and holding ether. So a crystal that can hold or be imbued with ether is referred to as aurosite, whereas the elemental crystals that are used for crafting and such is effectively crystallized ether of that aspect.
Yeah.
So yeah, aurosite is an interesting topic for endgame discussion.
Sure.
Amongst certain people.
Yeah. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Oh my. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble in this land, and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I have known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed colour her judgments. You are lucky to have her.
Death to the Garleans.
But we have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fates. I am sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what's happened in Rabanestre, it may be time to admit we are out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy. In the ruins of the capital city, he barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanestre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalamasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalikian legend began with a trip to the Anteduvelian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Ilya's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness.
Now, if you hadn't picked up the Omega quest,
Yeah.
Sid's comment there is basically saying he's still tied up searching for Omega.
Ah.
Also,
Yeah.
you haven't played Final Fantasy XII, have you?
I haven't, but the story is a reference to... I assumed the story was a reference to 12.
Yes, massively so.
Well, yeah, seeing as... It's called the the latest, or the most recent release they've done of it was the Zodiac Age, right?
Yeah. And there was a Final Fantasy Tactics game, which is it used the same world, Ivalice.
Okay. I played one of the Tactics games.
Yeah. But I think the Tactics game was actually called Zodiac Braves.
One of the Tactics games was, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the one that I played.
The story presented in that is basically the myth that they've based this play on.
Ah, okay.
Or similar. Basically, if you'd have played and were a fan of Tactics, then the name they gave for the hero would have been an instant trigger.
Right.
Yeah, but Dalmasca, Rabanastra, they were all locations in Final Fantasy XII, which I played through once. I didn't really get on with it because the main-ish character, Barn, made me want to stab someone in the face.
Fair enough. Cid didn't bid me farewell. This is going in my write-up. Oh, how I missed my father. Master Garland seems to think so highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. I should basically just keep going until it's unlocked, right?
Yep. Also, have you noticed how the entire crew are kind of like in leather bondage gear?
Yeah, somewhat. Erasmus is itching to depart. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the location of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. Quest accepted. And away we go. We'll complete our descent into Rabanastre in the shuttle. Oh. Ramza. I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. You are a fool of a brother.
I mean, I get his point.
I do get his point, but what it's gonna do is force her to go off on her own anyway. This is an impressive looking city.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the look of the ruins. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire... Ah! The so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. By any chance, are we going to be encountering the Sapphire weapon at some point? Well, no, that wasn't the Sapphire, it was the Ruby weapon, wasn't it? Shit, wrong weapon. Doesn't matter. More weapons! Woo! There wasn't a Sapphire weapon in 7, was there?
Yes, there was.
There was?
Yeah, it was the one taken out by the massive gun in Juno.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why you never fight. We never end up fighting it, right?
Mm.
Because you fight the Ultima. You can fight Emerald and Ruby. And I think Omega as well.
So
I can't remember whether it was 4 or 5 weapons in 7.
the one that comes out initially, and sort of makes its way across the land towards Midgar is the diamond weapon.
Right, okay.
The ruby weapon spawns in the desert.
Yep.
The sapphire weapon spawns in the sea and is taken out in a cutscene.
Yep.
And the emerald weapon is under the sea.
Yep.
Ultima weapon then sort of crops up and you have to fly around and fight it on the Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Don't recall there being an Omega.
I think I
You
was getting. I
might-
think I was getting confused between Diamond and Omega.
Hmm.
Because yeah,
There
I
was-
forgot Diamond. I
There
think
was
it was only the
Omega
5.
weapon in 8.
Right, that could be what I was then conflating it with.
Or they might have added an Omega in one of the later
No,
releases.
no, because I think the ones that they added in the later releases was Emerald and Ruby.
Right.
Because, yeah, because Ruby, was in the desert outside of the Golden Saucer.
Mm-hmm.
And Emerald, you had a 20-minute time limit unless you had the underwater materia.
Yeah.
Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal capital of Lysala? Capital of Evilice? But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Ha, your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words from a boy of but 16 summers, who came from money. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it.
In the meantime, you're just like, yeah, we're going to get attacked any second now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's something here. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Hey, it looks like our sixth sense was right. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No. The time is not right. And has that stopped us before? Fool. Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. Well, they weren't quick rip. Well, they were leaky. I mean, all will be revealed in time, but
yes, he will.
They looked a little too short to be quick rim, so I'm thinking they were potentially leaky. Anyway, how the hell do I get out of here? I use the airship lift. The airship lift.
Yeah.
Because the other one is just the entrance to the Dubru what's it.
Well, you're getting to meet some of the troop.
True.
Make sure you find the company bell.
The company bell?
You
I mean, I can go back up there. What do you mean the company bell?
There was an NPC in there called the company bell.
Muscle, Tragian, Dancer, Thespian. Oh, there they are. Company bell. A fine playwright than I once wrote. A finer playwright than I once wrote that all the world's a stage, and all of the men and women merely players. A comforting thought, is it not? The Estrenens will be the stage for the drama to come, and yours the starring role. Do not disappoint your audience. That's a Shakespearean reference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was that the reason you want me to click on them? The Shakespearean reference? Or just because they were the company bell?
Is there the company bell?
Alright. I'm assuming I need to do the other one, the King of the Castle or whatever, right?
Yes, that is a dungeon unlock. And we'll hold Nashu in reserve.
Yep.
Unlocks.
Yes. I saw the name and I'm like, oh yeah, we know where that's going. I also went and at least I walked up and I just saw the name. I didn't realize it was the quest, and I saw who the quest giver is, and I think it's about to answer a question I've had since the first one.
Oh?
Well, yeah, it's a little potato as the quest giver. And I have made comment on a potato that has followed them through their adventures, who has just been hiding.
I think I've actually pointed him out to you a couple of times.
Yeah. I think the first time I noticed it was in the Costa del Sol bar. He was just hiding underneath the bar itself.
Yeah.
Anyway. King of the Castle. This employee of the East Arlington Trade Company is relieved to see you. Ilia Starrage? Oh, thank heavens! I'm in dire need of a capable adventurer. I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential, but there is trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. What more, they've taken hostages. A number of nobles, along with the Bugyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Ijian, as they call them, would never set foot here again. Under normal circumstances, the Sekisagumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu, yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they have also called upon the East Aldenald Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Uldar. It goes without saying that the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Sekisagumi cannot act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you would join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Rakusa district. There is a hidden passage leading into the castle, kept under guard by the Sekisagumi. Tell them I sent you, and they will explain what you must do. Oh! Yeah, I may have already walked in on them. They told me to clear out. That's actually true. I did walk in on them, and I thought it was something to do with the samurai questline. Yeah, it's exactly where I thought it was. Well, not exactly, but close enough. How goes climbing the tower? I have not given that an attempt, Kuro. I haven't attempted that in a while, actually. How we doing, though, Kuro? We're doing well. You were sent by the East Aldenard Trading Company? Then there's still a chance. Permit me to appraise you of the situation. The castle is presently held by a group of criminals under the leadership of a merchant named Kageyama. We believe his demands to close off our borders as ludicrous as this seems, are a vain attempt to eliminate what he sees as a threat from foreign businesses. If it were only him and his cohorts, I am confident my men and I could easily rout them on our own. The problem, however, is his bodyguard. Our informants tell us he is a swordsman of great renown in the Higanan underworld. He demands exuberant sums of money, defending his clients with seemingly inhuman displays of strength and skill consummate with the price he has paid. Oh. Oh, no, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to be contending with this gentleman if it's who I think it is. Your task will not be will be to contend with the Kageyama and his hired blade in the heart of the castle. With all eyes focused on you, they will fail to notice my men's intrusion to rescue the hostages. It is a shame. It shames me to ask this of a civilian, but if we are to save these people, I can see no other way. Yeah, I don't want to deal with him, thank you very much. You good, Kuro? Good to hear, good to hear. Alright, that's everything here, right? So we head over to, Ralga's Reach. Monsieur Shin?
Sorry. Had IRL stuff
Fair enough.
crop up.
Yep.
What were
no
you
worries.
asking?
If we're done here, we should head over to, Ralga's Reach.
Yes. Yeah.
So that would probably also mean you missed my, no, I don't want to deal with the individual that's in there comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, after the description of who they have hired, I'm like, nah, I'm good.
What was the description they gave?
Is like a hired swordsman who defends their charges, dependent on how much they get paid.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. This is a very, I mean, if you played Final Fantasies before, that's a very telling as to who that is.
Why, who do you think that is?
It's going to be Yojimbo, because that's exactly how he worked in Final Fantasy X.
I mean, it's the only Final Fantasy he's appeared in.
That is true. It is the only one he has appeared in. And that is exactly how he worked. It also doesn't help that obviously he is in the Golden Saucer. So
Yeah.
it is clear that he is in the game.
Yeah.
Alright, what am I on? Who am I getting unlocks from here? So I can see we've got... So we've got... And we shall call it Eureka. Secrets of the Ooze. To kill a coral.
Yeah.
And an unwanted truth.
Don't do, and we shall call it Eureka just yet. Do the others first.
Sure. Any particular order?
No. Well, probably to kill a Quirrell first.
Alright, well, that's right beside us. Ortwin has been thinking a lot of the Temple of the Fist lately. Ah, Ilya, just the woman I was looking for. As you may know, Ralga's Reach used to be a pilgrimage site for the followers of the Fist of Ralga. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fist, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their minds and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric, or Theodoric. I was right. The Theodoric? Oh, I was close. Decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wishes to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she alone could not survive the route to the ruins. But then I thought of you. I am positive that you are strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl's name is Majori. If you are willing to help seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she is still there pestering Horatama to let her in. Alright, I can actually ride vehicle here. Okay, yeah, I want to go this way. I have had a bad idea that I would like to do at some point.
Do I want to hear this?
I mean, you don't have a choice, I'm gonna tell you. So I know that there is an achievement in Baldur's Gate 3 that is to basically take a class from level 1 to level 12 and every time choose a different class. Basically multi-class into one level of every class.
Okay.
Now, the easy way of getting that achievement is to take one of your side characters, one of your party members that you're not using, and just do it to them. But
right.
I had the brilliant idea of what if I'd done a run as the player character doing this. Now, it would take some time for me to actually sit down, think it out, and weigh in which, like, classes I want to do, when to take them and everything, to get the most out of level ups and everything. But I think it would be an interesting idea to try and do something like that.
I mean, you are a masochist.
True!
You do like to suffer in your gaming.
I
So
don't think it would be too bad, because, I mean, some classes are, like, really overpowered at level 1, and that's really what you need, right? It's more about when do you take certain things. Or, like, depending on what you'll end up doing, where you're going in your playthrough, what you need at the time. The main caveat is you can't use withers.
yeah,
If you use him, so if you get to like level 12 and then reset, it doesn't count. You have to do it all through, which is why I think it's an interesting challenge to try and do it. It's just, what do you start with? Like, one start that I could see you doing, that you could probably do, is do something along the lines of starting with, like, wizard or sorcerer or something like that, and weave in monk somewhere in there. Because you're using cloth armor, so you're going to get the most out of all of that. But, like, if you've obviously got to take into account all of the ones that start using higher and higher armor classes and everything, you may want to just start there anyway. You know?
3 seconds, Chris, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Are you also interested in exploring the Temple of the Fist? I never dreamed I would meet a fellow enthusiast. I first learned of the monks when I attended a lecture given by a historian named Eric. Ever since then, I have continued to be fascinated by their creed and approach to life. I thought I would come and pay a visit to the site of their most revered temple. Now that the Empire has been driven out of the region, the only issue is the man will not let me pass. The monks use the path to the temple to train. It is filled with all kinds of traps and obstacles that cannot be overcome by just anyone. It is precisely those traps and obstacles I wish to study. Everything I have read states that those who were able to reach the temple will come face to face with a monk, a legend. Does that not pique your curiosity in the slightest? Who knows what kind of lessons one could learn from a monk that has mastered their art? You wish to know, don't you, adventurer? True.
Sorry.
You, too, are a monk? I could hardly believe my luck. Now I see why you also wish to visit the temple ruins. I'm a baby monk, but monk nonetheless. In fact, if you are truly keen to explore what lies beyond these doors, would you mind if I joined you? I am fairly familiar with the layout of the temple grounds from all the reading I've done. I know I can be of help. Oh, please take me with you. Oh, Temple of the Fist unlocked. No worries.
Yeah, family.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Spider.
Not the usual drama, new drama.
Oh, fun times. There's a big spooder on my ceiling.
How big?
Probably about the size of my thumb, maybe a bit bigger.
Oh, it's not big.
Yeah, it's not tarantula size.
It's not burn your house down and.
You know, if I'd done that, the main issue would be I'm in a block of flats.
Yeah, and you just saving all those other people from, you know, that spider.
Alright.
You'd be a hero.
Which one next? Unwanted truth or ooze?
Either.
Well, and next to unwanted truth. An unwanted truth. Pilot is searching for a fiend of the Garland, or for a friend of Garland Ironworks. Excuse me, miss. You're Ilya, right? Correct. The name's Phillips, newly joined to the Garland Ironworks. Pleased to meet you. I hate to be a bother, but I've got somewhere I'd like to take you. Wedge told me he once asked you to peek inside the fractal continuum. Is that right? Yes, I believe that's correct. Well, the thing is, we've recently detected strange signals coming from inside. Knowing our luck, it's likely some ancient Allegan weapon running amok. But we won't know for sure until someone goes in and finds out. We were hoping that someone would be you, if you're up for the job. Oh, thank the gods. I'll see you in Azazlar then. Well, back to Azazlar we go!
And then you'll need to come back here.
True. Should have done the other one first.
That would have you also travelling.
Oh,
outside of
okay.
Arrow's reach.
Okay, okay, fair enough. I'll do it one at a time. Well, actually, no, I should probably pick up the other one anyway. Seeing as I'm here, and if I'm travelling out of Roundger's reach for both, I can do a circuit instead of going back and forth.
If you want to do it that way, then pick up the Eureka one as well.
I'll do it one at a time then.
Okay.
Azazlar. We're gonna have to think about the blue mage boosting at some point.
Yep.
What did we leave off? Like 50 or something like that?
50. Yeah, because 50 unlocked a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I still haven't really done anything with the Masquerade.
No, I haven't either.
I think I've done like one thing.
I've not even started it. I kind of have to be in the mood for Blue Mage.
That's fair. Alright. Time to take a look at this here teleporter. What in blazes? Access restricted? This isn't good. Someone's already triggered the intruder defense system. The only way in now would be aboard an airship, but that would mean piloting the Enterprise. Bloody hells. How am I supposed to? Ilya, you didn't hear that, did you? You deserve better from the Ironworks, but the truth is, I'm just a simple man from the broom, meant for simple tasks. This is beyond me. With you here, though, I suppose things will work out, right? To be honest, I'm worried too. I'll leave everything to me. You're a saint, truly. Suddenly, I'm not so nervous anymore. Now then, as you might have overheard a moment ago, the teleporter's been locked. Seems someone beat us here and activated the defense systems. It's nothing the Enterprise can't handle, though. Once we've locked onto the signal, we can fly straight to its source in the blink of an eye. We'll depart as soon as you're ready. Fractal Continuum hard.
I think this is also around the point where they started giving you some of the more humorous response choices.
Right. Secrets of the Ooze.
You're making Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Swanee has ventured far from his usual haunt to find you.
You recognize him?
Isn't he from the Devil Child's town?
Yes. Yes, he is.
He was the one who sent us into the botanarium, right? The Arboretum. Which coincidentally was where I was making a clip from when you joined. Where you regretted a lot of things that you came to say.
I don't regret them.
You did. This was talking about honey.
Oh. You mean in the clip you were making?
In the clip I was making, yes.
Yeah.
Ilya, you're a hard woman to find. I heard you'd thrown in your lot with the Resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we've run into a spot of bother back in the Arboretum, and could use your help. If you're not too busy breaking your fist on Garleans, or whatever you've been doing out here, we'd be glad for your expertise. If you fancy lending a hand, I'll be over at St. Mokian's. It's a Psy-Raid.
Hello. Stay a while and listen.
Oh, the sirens are blaring. Hey. Synapse, that's what you should call your community, the Sirens. Spelt with a C-Y. But hello, Wisp. Hello, Scilabs. How are we doing? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Keronzi. I'm a variety streamer. I play a ton of different things across Xbox, Switch, and PC. And today we are playing some more Final Fantasy. Can I get a shout out for Scilabs, please?
If I can remember how to do it.
Kerons, I just went through some spooky shiz in TF2. Oh no. What happened? Tell us all about it, man. Hey, you're doing good, Wisp? Good to hear, good to hear. Hopefully you had fun over at Scilabs. Congratulations on it. Sylaps is a 23-year-old Canadian VTuber, is back with a classic. This autistic PNG tuber seems to think of himself as more of a support character than a main, but he's giving streaming a solid shot. Recently, he's been all about Team Fortress 2. Will this Canadian lad prove to be the main event? Tune in to find out. Can I enter the call and spew BS real quick? Go for it. I think you may be able to join.
You see, you should call any collab you do with Sylaps Sirons.
Sirons, yeah.
Silence.
Hey, Sylaps.
Hello, it's me. Alright, you ready to hear some fucking fucky-wucky bullshit?
Yeah, go on then.
So, I was playing funny Team Fortress 2, and I was having a grand old time. I loaded into a funny casual match, you know, just you get assigned to random servers and whatnot with random people.
Yep.
No one can decide things. Then this one character in the game, this one player, is named Depression. They are a funny sniper and they're getting a bunch of headshots on me, and I'm just like, oh haha, like depression is killing me, and we had a running joke of like haha depression. So that was, you know, a little silly. And then I switched to a community server map, where it was this big high tower place. And I was just like, yay, I'm gonna play this silly game for a while. And I did for like 20 minutes or so. And then I kept getting killed like here and there by this person named Depression. And then I was like, hold on, I played with a person named Depression. Is this the same guy? I look in like the team list in the tab menu to see both teams. There's no one named Depression in the game. And I keep getting headshot sniped by this random guy named Depression.
Oh.
So I thought, oh, like that's strange. Like maybe it's just a glitch that the name carried over or something. Because it's like, I'm getting killed by this other sniper, but I'm dying from headshots to someone named Depression. So I'm sure this is just like a glitch in the names or something. And then over time, like this are you familiar with the mysterious stranger from the Fallout series?
Yeah.
Somewhat.
This guy is essentially the mysterious stranger. This depression character was actually just this character who would spawn in, step around a corner, kill me, and then disappear. And it's like I would switch over to the other team, and I would try to find this guy to see if he's actually there. He's not there, but for some reason on the opposing team, he would constantly go from like 6 teammates to 7 to 6, and he'd keep like fusing into them. Excuse me. And he kept playing as this sniper who would keep sniping me. And I was like, what is this character? Who is this guy? Like, this is someone spawning in and out of existence and getting insta-kills all the time. So I'm like, oh, this is a, you know, probably like someone set up a bot or something. Sucks that it's only pursuing me. I don't know what the deal is there, but it is what it is. And then on this map, because it's a community-made map, it's got this giant tower that takes like 10 minutes to climb. And I was like, ooh, what if I climb this tower only looking at the way you need to come up? That way I can always watch my back if this depression character shows up. He won't be able to get past me and be above me by the time that he reaches like, or I reach higher points of the tower. So that goes on for a while. Then I start lag switching, where suddenly I keep getting teleported around bits and pieces, and I fall off the tower, and I keep catching myself back on it. And as I'm running, I keep running back in loops. I back up, and then I blow up, because the guy spawns behind me, Depression, and he kills me as a demo man with grenades. And also, there's no kill cam or anything. Every time he kills me, it doesn't show me where he is or like what he's doing and whatnot. But basically, that happens, and I'm like, okay, so he tried the lag switch and then like cheated to get up to me and kill me. Like, I don't know what's going on. And then I was like, okay, guys, I'm gonna look at something off screen. So while I am AFK, like, I'll put you up to this window and you can look outside of like the team room. That way, you know, I'm safe. And then this random soldier walks up and he's walking around in loops, like looking at me. And it's very robotic loops. Like, I don't think there was an actual physical player on the other end. But it's like, it was janky movements. And I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure that's depression, because this isn't the other bots, and there's no other human player on that team right now. So I'm like, I'm gonna investigate. I step out of the room, I turn the corner, he shoots me once, my game crashes. My computer
Jeez.
crashes.
What?
My Wi-Fi crashes. And I'm just like, what the fuck did I get into?
Jeez, yeah, you found a haunted bot.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, originally I was fine with it, because I was like, haha, someone probably just set up like a silly little bot. And also, I'm streaming the game and my name is public, so maybe it's like...
Yeah,
Like,
it's
the strange thing is, this is someone I ran into in a casual match. So there was no way to control that I would have, like, met them.
yeah.
But then it followed me.
Yeah.
And
No, it's likely, like, yeah, they probably saw, oh, I don't know, you don't have like TTV in your name, do you?
no.
No. So they must have just had an off chance that it done that, or it looked and trawled for names and see what hits and everything. It's probably some sort of
Maybe.
got something in the background that searches for stuff like that. But
Possibly.
it definitely sounds like, yeah, the script found you and then it just decided that, okay, you're the target for the next however long.
Yeah, because what I wanted to do was, I was gonna switch to like another casual match and see if like funny depression came to exist again. But then I was advised, maybe it'd be a good idea to not bother, you know, pursuing this further as a just in case. And it's like, there's been times in Team Fortress 2 where random people were pursued by bots that would wind up doxing them.
Yeah.
So I'm
I mean,
kind of wanting to be tiptoey just in
yeah.
case.
I would I know that you've definitely been on a TF2 hit. I would definitely take a few days off from it for the moment just to let things dissipate. Funny his Wi-Fi
Yeah.
crashed. Yeah, that is pretty that is impressive. Aprix. But welcome in.
Mm.
And thank you for coming
But
across from the
yeah,
raid, and thank you for the first time chat.
it was pretty spooky.
Oh,
And
very
now
much
I'm
so.
like, and the thing is, it's like, I was sitting there like, oh, you know what? Like, even if this is like a bad thing, it's like, you know, it'll make for like content for me to use later. So ha
Yeah,
ha 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 ha.
it most definitely started out as content, yes. Don't
And
think it
now
really
it's
ended up
kind of
with.
like, it could be something worse, and me
Yeah.
standing around like playing with it for a while could actually be a problem.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they had a name that would pop in and out of the game. Like, sometimes they'd be in the server list, sometimes they'd disappear in that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm gonna report that Steam profile now. I've already
I
blocked
would.
it.
Yeah, I would.
But
I know that I was I'm not gonna repeat the name because, you know, I'm not gonna give it any kind of air, but I know that literal cringe encountered someone being a dick who tried to basically spoof him. That was probably a bot, but ended up just jumping in and out, and was deliberately targeting him.
yeah, Cringe said something in my chat how they had a similar thing going on,
Yeah,
like previously.
yeah. TF2 is rife with bots. I really wish that they would deal with that problem.
This is actually the first time that I've dealt with this in like the month that I've been playing.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
So
few and far
spooky.
between that you see ones like that, but
Yeah.
they
I was gonna
exist.
say, it's literally, dude, this is the first time I have streamed it since I started playing. It's like of all the times.
Yeah, then it is probably because you were streaming that
Oh,
while it was
definitely.
probably a bot script, there was probably someone behind there, and
Mm.
they were looking for people playing TF2 and found you by happen chance
Mm.
or saw what server you were on and went and joined it.
See,
So,
one thing that I noticed was, you know me, I'm not, like, I don't have too active of, like, chats or, like, viewership or something. And
yeah.
I know TF2 is popular, but I had, like, 12 viewers and a
Yeah,
raid, like,
no.
after. And I was just like, I don't know if it could be somebody watching then, because this viewership seems off.
No,
But it's funky.
TF2 is a popular game.
Mm. But anyway, that's my oh, there's a fucking term I think of for stuff like that. It's like shinono or shimono something. I don't know. Anyway, my random bullshit, but it was funny. And
Oh yeah.
I tested the bot's patience, considering I made it switch from sniper, which it was playing for over an hour.
Yeah, it will
But
just
it was
do
so
whatever it can.
funky. But yeah, I don't really have much else to say on the story. I didn't mean to like hijack your stream to talk
It's all
about
good.
it, but it's like, it was funky, and I was like, this isn't something to write about. This is something to speak.
Yeah, no, that was a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm probably gonna go now, but I hope you two enjoy your funny game.
Thank you, and I'm sure you're going to go and get some rest, so do enjoy.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Have fun.
And that also goes doubly for any of Scilap's raiders, the what do I call them, the sirens, raids. Any of the sirens, you want to go? Well, I don't think he's going to call them that. I mean, I just threw it out there. But any raiders from Scilap's stream, go and take care of yourself. Go up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, buy a break, any of that stuff that you need to go and do, and take care of yourself first. We'll still be here if you want to come back. I knew you couldn't resist. Now, before you go slaying everything in sight, let Midnight Dew explain our predicament. Call them what you call them, but to me they are simply people with no specificity grouping. Grouping! Groping,
He said
yeah.
groping.
He did say groping. Specified grouping. It's
I
good
don't
to
know. There's something to be said for specific groping.
True. It's good to see you back in Dravania, Ilya. This place hasn't been the same without you. You're probably wondering why I sent Swanee to fetch you. It's all down to this mucky little core parkour. When I saw it come bounding out of the Arbitorum, the first thing I noticed, beside it being covered in grime, was how bleeding lively the little sod seemed to be. We had our old friend Edgith take a look at it, and she reckons that layer of mud is what's making it so excitable. It's got this daft seedkin jumping around like a mad Pirogo. So imagine what it could do for our crops at Green Grub mud plots. And that's where you come in. There should be more of this gunk inside the Arbitorum, but we have one small problem. It also affects the more troublesome species of flora, making them downright lethal. We want to send Edgarth to look into it, but it's not safe with a bunch of botanist-eating plants making a nuisance of themselves. What say you, Ilya? Fancy giving them a bit of a pruning? Hell yeah.
Time to raise that extreme botanist skill.
Indeed. And lastly, at least here for unlocks,
That will be the last unlock.
we shall call it Eureka.
Only one left after that is Nashi.
Okay. That's decidedly less number of dungeons than... Ah, well, I guess we'll unlock more as we go through the post-launch content, I guess. As we follow the MSQ.
You will have... Let me just count. Three more. But yes, it does. In each expansion, you get less and less and less. Because they're working more on story than on dungeons.
Yeah. Most terrifying thing, my phone went off after I hung up. Nothing related to anything going on, but it spooked me. That's fair. Creel. And we shall call it Eureka. Galenia has a is reasonably sure you are the adventurer she's looking for. Ilya, Star Rage, the signs of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. I've got a message for you from Aunt Rowena. Well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequence. She'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered island. Surely you'd be interested in that sort of thing, being an adventurer. If you are, then you should head to Kugane and see Kotakaze, the proprietress of the Shiokaze Holstery. It's a long way to go, I know, but the island's out of the way anyway, so... No, away we go. I see you've decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Rowena will be pleased. Come, I will show you to your table. It's good to see a familiar face in these parts, particularly that of a woman who might well be my most valued customer. I gather you are not expecting Kryl or myself to be attending this little tarte-a-tete? As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It all began when a vessel of the East's Aldenald Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean. A deserted island which was not recorded on our charts and, quite frankly, has no business being there. Suffice to say, we were surprised, pleasantly so in fact. An unclaimed, underdeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Kagane is bleeding us both dry with its tariffs. Depending on the goods, we're paying more than 10 times what we'd owe in Limsa ul Aldar, which is already too damn much, believe you me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port of call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interests of a great many parties. Which is why, upon learning of this island, I immediately authorized an exploratory expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense. Alas, only a handful returned. The survivors reported irregularities with the island's aether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange and monstrous beasts. Beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. The regrettable turn of events forced us to reevaluate our assessment of the island, and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than originally anticipated. So he came to me and mine for a handout, and I obliged. But before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that failed expedition, and what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasure, of untold wealth and riches, and God knows what else. Aye, we'll have to wade through all them beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a born entrepreneur. Your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. Flattery will get you nowhere with her, Hancock. In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expeditionary force to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone, their fate is like to be same of that as the first. So this time we've a mind to send a dab hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, a tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this? While I lack your aptitude for warcraft, I will be joining the expedition as a researcher. The Scions have an interest in this island. Well, yeah, it appeared out of nowhere. How very perceptive of you. You're right. This is not the sort of affair that would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they have consented to my participation on account of my personal interests. Oh, would that be, like, just the university just disappearing?
The Isle of Val.
Yeah. You will forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything, I promise. Yeah, I'm immediately guessing it's got something to do with the Baldissian. Right, then. I believe that covers everything. The company ship will deliver you to the island. The company ship that will deliver you to the island is... Oh, okay, I see. The company ship that will deliver you to the island is waiting to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you are ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised. You'll have company. A craftsman who'll help, I reckon we ought... A craftsman whose help I reckon we ought to have. He should be at the pier already. Oh, it's Geralt, isn't it? Rowena and I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up to you later. I mean, I imagine it's Geralt. Like, he's the one who deals with all of the legendary weapons. At least he dealt with the last two, so I imagine he's dealing with this one as well.
Well, Rowena was involved as well.
True. And this is all in an effort to pay off his tab to Rowena.
Yes.
Which he never seems able to do.
Funny that.
Yeah, I wonder if Rowena is deliberately not letting him. Oh, what's that? You paid it off? Well, you forgot about this random interest that suddenly appeared on your account. Hey, Geralt.
There is more to that story, but it is revealed in game, so I shall say nothing.
Oh, through the quest lines that we will be doing for them as well? Okay. Oh, so these guys over here, like the picker of locks and all of that, the replica vendor and the exchange, are these all to do with the Eureka?
Yeah.
Okay. Boom, 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 down, 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 down. And no matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me which way my beard is buttered. Now, piss
Red.
off. No, I'm going with beard.
Okay. If that's what you do with your beard, then by all means.
That's how you keep it silky smooth. You butter your beard.
Hey, keep it for the bees.
Deign how tell me which way my bread is buttered. Now piss off. Does your Eorzean stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island. And I demand you take me there at once. Oh, he had the insignia of, the students of Baldicium. I could hear the shouting half a mile away. Geralt, what is all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Kryl, sorry about that. Is this here bastard what's causing the trouble? Ezhika, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you, trying to get a head start on your own. Well, sorry to spoil your plans. I mean, just this smugness on this character in particular just irks me even more.
Look at the name. Look at the name.
Ijurka? Sunjurka?
Sun.
Sun?
Yeah.
Oh, is it trying to just say he's a son? Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me. You must be completely at a loss. This gentleman on the right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be leading his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left we have Ijika Sunjika of the students of Baldessian. And you might be the so-called... And you must be the so-called Warrior of Light? Charmed, I'm sure. I'll thank you not to get underfoot.
Rich coming from somebody of that size.
Yeah, I know, you're gonna be under my feet. Manners, Ijika. If you intend to accompany us on this expedition... Of course I do. If you think I'm about to let a by-the-book traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation, you've got another thing coming. You got another think coming?
Yeah, I see that.
Alright, so it's not just me. It is meant to be another thing, not another think, right?
I mean, the saying is you've got another thing coming, but it does definitely say think.
It could just be him being a dick.
Maybe. It's been a very long time since I did this cutscene, so...
I should be glad to welcome the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Now, if you would be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board the ship, we can get underway. This is going to be a long boat trip. Ijika is one of the few surviving students of Baldessian. While his expertise in aetherology is impressive by any measure, alas, so is his ego. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you've no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He will show you aboard.
He's a plonker.
Plonker, Rodney. It occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island we mean to explore. Am I correct? It is a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but we have tentatively named it for a place of Allegian legend. A forbidden island where fearsome weapons were hidden away for safekeeping. We call it Eureka. You have now access to the Forbidden Land, Eureka Animos. Animos can be explored in parties of up to 8 players or solo. To embark on your journey to Animos, speak with Rodney at Pier 1 in Kugane. Please be advised that all excursions into the Forbidden Land, Eureka, are item level synced. For Animos, gear exceeding an item level of 300 will be adjusted. While exploring Animos, you will have the opportunity to create Eureka gear and weapons. If you wish to do so, you'll be prudent to acquire level 70 antiquated items in advance. Should you wish to know more about Eureka Atomos and what it has to offer, you may speak with Rodney for further details. Okay. Or I could speak with some of my resident experts, and they can tell me all I need to know. You've not done much of it.
I went into it,
Yeah.
and I was very much kind of like, this is difficult to do solo.
Right.
This was just before Shadowbringers launched, though, so it was still relatively recent content. But yeah, to me, it was just, I felt it was an exercise in frustration.
Right.
For me to try and do solo.
So a lot of what we're going to be doing, you're going to be doing for the first time with us then if we go in there.
Yes. And I think Smiley's done a fair bit of it because it is tied into what is considered the relic weapon for this expansion.
Yeah.
Which is at various points around or near best in slot, which is something you need to consider if you're actively raiding.
Yeah, yeah.
At the top level. So but that's it. That's all your
unlocks for now.
Yeah, let me double check on one more.
Alright.
But it may be that you cannot get it until such point that you've gone past a certain point in the main story.
Right. In my downtime, if I'm looking to do level up, it's probably worth me doing some of these random quests I can pick up here, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to.
Cool, cool. Do you want to do some hunts? At the very least, because I do need to gain some experience in some classes.
Yeah. Num. Yeah, maybe.
It's that, or I'm going to be working on unlocking, like, the other 2 Beastman tribes for this expansion.
Honestly, I'd say do that.
Okie dokie.
Because you've already got a lot of unlocks.
Reunion. Darkim Warrior. Could I ask for your help? I have no one else to turn to. I have searched all over the Azim Steppe for one single flower. Someone told me that it was sold in Reunion, but I have had no luck here either. Could you search for this flower for me? It shall not be a dangerous task by any means. No, I should not lie. Least of all to a visitor to our lands. It will be a job fraught with peril. For the only way to obtain the flower I require is by slaying a her bowl. If you are willing to help, you should be able to find some north of here, please. Slay 3 of them and bring back their flowers. Okie dokie. I'm gonna use a samurai while I'm here. How long's on that? 2 minutes? No, not enough time. Oh, oop, shit. Kazushini, I need you. That was the wrong combo, but never mind.
Yep. So there is the trial series to unlock,
Right.
but you need to complete all of patch 4.1 and get a bit into patch 4.2 before you can unlock that.
Right, okay.
But
Let's
that will also give you 2 other dungeons.
Okay. Were you able to gather to get 3 of the flowers? Oh my, that stench! Quite ghastly indeed. I suppose I should tell you why I needed these flowers. I belonged to the Adarkim, the largest of the Zalia tribes. Recent events have led me to being considered as a future Khan, or future Han. The position brings with it much power and pleasures. But by the same token, it has given rise to bitter and bloody rivalries. My older brother was a candidate before me, but after no less than 8 attempts on his life, he vanished with nary a trace. In his absence, I have risen in the line of succession, meaning I am now the marked man. I did not ask for this. Alas, wishing that it were not so will not stay the daggers in the dark. That is why I sought out these foul-smelling flowers, to ward off would-be assassins. And thanks to your help, I may enjoy a moment's respite. In the meantime, I will set about finding a permanent solution to my problem. That is, finding my brother, Kirar. Unless I do so, there will be no peace for me, save in death. Okay, well, I mean... What did that do to unlock anything?
What was the name of the quest?
That's a very good question.
Or the name of the NPC you just spoke to?
Adarkim Warrior.
Okay, you're gonna have to spell
It's not that.
that word that sounded like Anakin.
The Adarkim. It was called Purple Rain.
Right. 2 seconds. There it is. So your next quest will be called Between a Rock and the Hard Place. And it's in Idleshire?
What?
Yeah, apparently.
That is so weird. Why is it in Idleshire?
I have no idea. I have no idea. This is the custom deliveries.
Okay, well, I see it. Between a rock and a hard place, a disciple to handle land. Oh, I need someone's balls a clapping. Okay, between a rock and a hard place. Well, well, if it ain't a dependable adventurer. I've heard what you've done for Zoe, and I want to express my gratitude. When last I spoke with the lass, she couldn't say enough good things about you. Truly, you've got a good heart beating in that breast, which is why I'm hoping you could do me another favour. Do you know of a fellow named Adkigra, owner of the Hard Place? Even if you haven't spoken with him, you're bound to have seen him at the very least, by virtue of his unique attire. Something clearly weighs on his mind of late, and if it ain't just the peculiar headpiece he wears, why, even the piggy face seems to be looking downcast. Thinking to help out a fellow man, I went and asked what troubled him, but he wasn't minded to talk. Might be as it's because he regards the house as a competitor. Whatever his reasons, he refused to open up to me, but I dare say you'll fare better. When you have a spare moment, I'd thank you to seek him out. See if you can coax out whatever it is that's been bothering him. Well, it's not as if we haven't heard that name before. As if
was not in mod mode, could not ban from normal chat, and have gone into mod mode and the
It's
message
disappeared.
has vanished.
that is fine. I will clap some balls myself then.
Thank you. I should have remembered to do that at the start of your stream.
That's alright. Well, now, you certainly are not the typical of our clientele, but if you are not here for our famous hospitality, what could you possibly be here for? Ilya is here for you, Master Adikara. And doubtless she's heard of your fussing and fretting from a mile away, and being the kindly soul that she is, she's come here to check on you. Hi, Zoe. Isn't that right, Ilya? Humph. Your concern is wholly misguided. Why would the proprietor of a wildly successful establishment such as mine have aught to worry about? Look into these eyes and tell me you see even a fleck of doubt. Oh, this must be the parchment you were staring at so intently earlier. My, such a fine parchment it is. Much, much finer than anything Zoe has. These numbers in it don't look so fine, though. If I don't know any better, I'd say you're making a... What are you? You shouldn't be. Massive loss! Is that true? Just a Mexican standoff. The illustrious Andakra, entrepreneur extraordinaire, making a loss. The mere suggestion is laughable. Oh, who am I fooling? Of late, adventurers have been flocking to the Far East. Idleshire is all but forgotten, business has dried up, and the hard place is, ironically, in a hard place. You mustn't give up, Master Adakra. If there's any way Zoe can help, just say so. For example, I can supply you with flatbread. They might be a little bit on the stale side, but a little staleness never killed anyone. At least not Zoe. But whatever happens, we can't allow the hard place to go out of business. If it does, what will happen to Mefina's arms? And all the children? All the children she holds in her loving embrace. We must think of the children. Speaking of which, when did I feed them last? Was it yesterday or the day before? Zoe! Oh, but such minutiae as... There's minutia?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I am right. I've never seen it written down. Such minutiae as meal times are of no consequence next to the threat of closure. We've been doing so well with Ilya's help, so he can't bear the thoughts of having it all come undone now.
Chloe needs to stop referring to herself in the third person.
Zoe really does. Please, I need a place to hide. Oh dear, what's going on? Whatever it is, my illustrious self, it cannot in good conscience turn away a damsel in distress. Quickly, my fair lady, don this. Oh my god, they're giving pompadours a bad name. I take it you're in charge of this place. We were searching for an Ishgardian woman by the name of Melody. Have you seen her? I advise you be truthful, else there will be repercussions. Humph! We know of no such woman, and even if we did, we are disinclined to cooperate with such brutes who makes threats. I advise you not to cause trouble in my establishment. Else you'll have to answer to me, the illustrious Adik Ra, and the battle-hardened botanist here. Point taken. Don't take it personally, eh? We're just doing our jobs. We're done here. Well, what a rude pair. And did you see their hair? Ridiculous, wasn't it? Don't you go and disparage the pompadour. They may be doing them an injustice by being thugs with it. But what was I saying? Oh, right. Why were they here? Why were they after you? First, allow me to thank you. You have my as you may have gathered, was a maid. I serve an Ishgardian nobleman, but he treated me most cruelly. Unable to bear the torment any longer, I chose to flee from his household. I had given little thoughts to what I would do after I had made good on my escape, but I cannot well return to Ishgard. You have already done me a great kindness by harbouring me, but will you not take me into your employ? I have nowhere else to turn, and I promise I work very hard. I see. I should be glad to welcome you into the fold. But I will not lie, the business has seen better days. You may well be boarding an airship that may well go down in flames. Oh, I have a plan. One that will change the fortunes of the hard place. Would you like to know what it is? But of course you do. So, I will tell you right now. We'll create a new menu. Miss Melody, you're an Ishgardian and a maid. That's to say an Ishgardian maid. Is Zoe right to assume you are familiar with your nation's cuisine? With your knowledge, you can help us introduce new dishes. You assume rightly, Mistress Zoe. I am well acquainted with Ishgardian cuisine. Be it that partaken by highborn or low. And I am pleased to say that I am not without skill in the kitchen. I should be glad to assist in this endeavour. Did you hear that, Ilya? We have the knowledge and skill to prepare the dishes. The only thing we're missing now are ingredients, and utensils, and cutlery, and possibly some other trifle that hasn't occurred to me yet. Anyway, being the resourceful adventurer you are, Zoe has no doubt that you can supply all these things. If we can make the hard place thrive again, so too will the whole of Idleshire. That's a good thing, like pineapple pudding. Or juice. Both of which can be purchased with the scrips that you can earn by contributing to this cause. I still need to ask Mistress Rowena about it, of course, but I'm sure she'll say yes. We were really, really good friends after all. Were? As a matter of fact, Zoe will go and speak with her right now. Well, it appears that has all been decided for me. Spontaneously, though it was conceived, young Zoe's plan held promise. Our success rides on your ability to provide us with what we need. But Zoe has placed her trust in you, and so shall I. I beg you, help us bring the hard place back from the brink. Lest you worry about recompense, if the house itself will be supporting the endeavor, you may be assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded. I, for my part, care not for profits. The house is welcome to everything so long as the hard place survives. Without further ado, then, let us set to work. Go forth, my friend, and bring us Ishgardian culinary essentials we require. Okay. Fall into 3 categories. Crafted item. Okay, yeah. If you are level 99 or below, you'll be rewarded with experience points instead of level 100 scripts. Information. Okay, yeah. Metal spinner is a lore. Fishing servers, okay. Does he only take... He only takes 6 again, so it's 12 and 6 as per usual. Does he have ones that give bonuses is the question? Or is that only Zoe?
I mean, I've gone as far as where you are with the quest unlock,
Hmm.
but no further.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm aware of all of this. I don't know what you're telling me again. No, there's no bonuses or anything. So that was just for those. Was that the end of the that unlock chain?
Let me check. So you need to get to level 4 with that custom delivery before you'll get another quest, which is terrible.
Okay.
It's called He Ain't Piggy, He's My Brother.
Yep. Well, all of these quests have been references to songs. Because obviously the last one,
Swear to God.
the last one was Purple Rain.
Words are very unnecessary. That's Depeche Mode. It's a line from the song.
Yeah. Was that the one that I just done?
No. You, between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Was that the name of a song? Or a reference to a song? I know it's it's a reference anyway itself anyway.
Hmm.
Oh,
I'm assuming probably then because it's a restaurant, isn't it? This hard place.
the Hard Rock Cafe.
Possibly.
No, that's what the reference is.
Yeah. And that's why they keep using songs for it.
Yeah. But is that quest line the one that unlocks the catfish? Please try.
No, that's custom deliveries.
Okay. Well,
You want the catfish?
yeah, that's what I thought I was unlocking.
Let me have a look.
So if I go back to... If I go back to Othardian, it was... I think the last one I'd done was potentially Kurobana versus Goyorin.
Two chains. Courage the Cowardly Lupin. Yeah, you've done that one.
I've done that one, which
And Gyorin.
I've done Gurin the Namazu, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it then coalesced into Kuroban versus Goyorin, which I think was the last quest I'd done in that quest line. And I haven't had anything else since then.
Okay. So I think if you go back to Gyoshin,
Okay. My...
Let me double check.
Well, I've got to be over this way anyway, I imagine.
He's in the Azim step by the look of it.
Oh, okay, I think I've done it. It's, something fishy this way comes.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw the quest, and I'm like... Why is there a Namazu just lying here?
Because Namazu?
Pretty much. Then I saw that I needed to be a crafter for it.
Yeah.
And I saw the name of the quest as well. Something fishy this way comes. Oh, God. So I'm assuming the Namazu one is the crafting one of the expansion?
Yes.
So we're crafting things for him to sell.
I'm not going to get into the storyline. You need to experience that for yourself.
The fact you said that I need to experience it has me worried.
No, there's nothing to worry about.
That's a lot of experience. Okay, I need a disciple of the hand that is... You know what? My leather worker is going to get this experience, I think.
You sneaky bastard, Square.
What?
You sneaky, sneaky...
Do I want to know? Or can I know?
Did you do the Moogle crafting?
No, I haven't finished unlocking it yet. There is a quest line I need to... There is a set of quests I need to find before I can unlock it.
Right. So, with the Moogle crafting, and with this Namazu crafting,
Mm-hmm.
as you progress through its story, the area that they're in changes.
Right. It
But you'll
builds
only
up.
see the level of the changes that you're at in the story.
Yeah.
So I'm in the Namazu crafting area because I've done a fair bit. I think I completed it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to jump on objects that I know because I can see your stream that aren't on your instance.
Mm.
Yeah, you can't see them, but I can.
Yeah.
But the geometry in the engine is set so that I can't jump and be standing on things and appearing to float in midair to you.
That's unfortunate.
That is sneaky.
All right. The Namazu before you is twitching vigorously. Though it seems to be in a bad way, it's unmistakably alive and will probably survive without your intervention. Offer your prayer and move along. Pretend you saw nothing. Oh, for prayers to move along. You there. Wait, wait. I am not dead. Far from it. And do not pretend that you thought I was.
I'll be back in a moment, Ronzi.
Sure. How unfair of you to assume that aiding me would lead you... how unfair of you to assume that aiding me would lead you to undertake a series of arduous tasks. I assure you that I require your assistance only this once. You see, fate, destiny, guided me to the Azim step. But I was wandering this but as I was wandering this unfamiliar land, I became increasingly lost and dry, parched, until I found I could no longer take even a single step. Random passerby, you will be traveling to Yanjia, yes? You will find that I am most portable. Quite suitable for sacks. I only ask that you convey me to Gyorai at Yazuka Manor. Please, please. You just stuffed him in our satchel? Oh, well. Hey. Excuse me. Well, chat, I hope we're all doing well this Friday night. I don't know what we've got planned for the weekend. YouTube, you'll find out later today, I suppose. I'm still actually even decided what I'm doing for Saturday.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Your shenanigans.
Did you notice how horribly self-aware the start of that quest was?
Yes. Yes, I did. I think it's a pretense of things to come. Working on what I'm playing is something I probably should do. I know that Sunday, Trinky has other obligations, so I'm going to be doing... probably gonna do my own thing. So I could probably do some Legend of Zelda on Sunday. Tomorrow, then, it's... What am I doing? Am I doing, something like Mario Party? Is this going to be some more Repo? Or something else entirely? My, what an oddly shaped bag you have. Squirming sack. Nope, he's dead again. I am returned. Gyoshin? How did you come to be so desiccated? No, never mind that. I will bring you water post-haste. Ah, much better. There is nothing like a deep drought of one river's water. Another half-dozen jugs and I will be most fully refreshed. First, you might explain where you have been, and what of this traveller? Have you no words for her? Such an ill-mannered Namazu I have never seen. Oh, yes, slipped my mind entirely. Thank you, random passerby. I am Gyoshin, Namazu artisan, crafter of crafts. My deftness of Finn is second to none. Wasn't, the other Namazu we were dealing with looking for him? Or was he looking for his treasures or something? Yes.
Remember.
I can't remember either. Yes. He would be most admirable were he not so careless. Why, not a fortnight ago he wandered into the path of a falling vase and was knocked utterly unconscious. Indeed, that is how I came to have this head wound. It was most excruciatingly painful, and though I made a full recovery, and have been in perfect health ever since, I began to have unusual dreams. Yes. Dreams of my greatest grandsire standing before me, shrouded in light. Why are you in a pot? What even is this? He revealed that every 777 years, we must hold a 7-year celebration commemorating the birth of our tribe. Should we fail to do so, the Namazu will be most gruesomely annihilated once 7 years pass. 7 years. And so you immediately set forth on a journey to our homeland at the head of the One River, without so much as a thought towards preparation. How reckless could you possibly be? Though I do not doubt it was distressing to you, a dream is no more than a dream. Yes. Hasten not to judge, for profound truth may lie in even visions of the night. Who said that? None other than I, renowned member of the literary Seigetsu the Enlightened. Do we really need that much of a close-up on your face? Oh, it's just Gyofun. always with his face buried in a book. A walking tome with whiskers. Ah, Giofun. Speak not that name, no, no. I cast it aside long ago, for I have searched my soul and found my true name. Swegetson the Enlightened. Swegetson the Enlightened. How many times must I tell you? Yes, yes, your soul has a lot to say, I am aware. Did you need something? This is why I detest imbeciles. But I will waste no further words on you and your deficiencies, for a matter of great import demands our attention. The festival! In the course of my scholarly endeavours, I encountered a dated manuscript entitled The Epic of Ganen, which mentions an event that took place centuries past along the upper One River. This unforgettable spectacle, as the author described it, was a festival held by our own ancestors. It is written that this festival marked our people's first step towards enlightenment, the advent of a civilized Namazu society. Even you must understand the significance. Though I suspect your vision is a byproduct of few too many blows to the head, reviving this tradition is an excellent idea. At long last, the Namazu will emerge from the darkness of ignorance. Our cultured renaissance has arrived. I have no idea what that means, and I'm not sure if I care, but if you are if you're offering to help, then I graciously accept. Well, well, I see there is no stopping you. I will accompany you then, but I must insist that we bring another. One with a more passing familiarity with the region. Thanks in advance! Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, we've both got a headache there, Ilya. We've both got a headache.
Like I said, you need to experience this.
You are insatiably curious as to why my orbital structure differs from that of my brethren, are you not? It is merely a physical manifestation of my surpassing intellect. I call it the gaze of the enlightened. Gyoshin is liable to wander off a cliff if left to his own devices. As a friend, I cannot let him make this journey alone. No, no. So, how much do you know about the step? Quite a bit, unfortunately. Because that means I have to help you. My word, not only have you spent many a day there, but you also claimed victory in the Nadam on behalf of the mole? Surely there is no guide more qualified to lead us. The what? I can only pity you, marred in the depths of ignorance as you are. Listen well. The Azim Steppe is a home to various warriors known as the Zalia. Were we to enter and carry on with our festival preparations unannounced, we would undoubtedly be skewered and served as hors d'oeuvres, or perhaps steamed and served in a buns. As that is rather more common delicacy among the Steppe's tribal people. I would rather not be served either way, thank you. That is precisely why we are fortunate to have encountered Ilya. We need only for her to escort us to the Hakton of the Mole, whom we can petition for permission to hold our festival. I see. In that case, please lead us there. I am sure that my explanation of our mission will be quite convincing. Most persuasive.
You got to rock up to your friends and go, yeah, look, these crazy catfish people want to hold a festival.
Yeah. Look, they're mostly harmless. I think.
Annoying,
Annoying,
but harmless.
but mostly harmless.
Unless they want to, ask you to get on a boat. Then you have to punt them.
True. And the kick is good. Shop till the Warrior of Light drops. Okay. It is lovely to see you again, Kang. I was delighted when I heard that the Elder Gods spoke of your return, though I must admit that I am unsure what to make of their description of the companions you are meant to introduce to us today. Oh right, didn't they want us to introduce us? They wanted us to introduce us to the Khan, right?
Yes.
To the leader.
Yes.
To introduce them to us.
They wanted you to introduce them to the leader of the mole.
True, which is technically Temulan.
Yes. Which
But
is why the quest marker is above her head.
yes, but that's not the person who they said. I'm sure in the quest text they did actually make reference to the
Han.
to the Han, yeah, who was technically me.
You are the Hatun, I think.
Yeah, the Hatun. Oh no. We're not the Hatun. The Hatun is Temulan. But we're the Han. Because we're the leader. We're the leader of the steppe. By proxy of the mole. Oh, this is going to be entertaining.
It's the Namazu.
I bid you welcome, Han. Glad we are to see that the gods have brought you to us once again, and I see you're in company of Nemazu. Hello. Well, you see, I know what you seek. We have already readied a location for your celebration. How did you clairvoyance? Witchcraft? I but heed the whispers of the gods. They spoke of 2 disciples of creation travelling hither to hold a great celebration, one of whom would be a Namazu. Astounding! Are you perchance one of the mole's esteemed Udang? I read of them in the narrow road through the deep grass. Wait. Gyoshin must be the Namazu in question, but who is the second disciple of creation? I'm something of an artisan myself. I've been known to dabble in gathering. Well, I'm as a leather worker right now.
Now say that in a Norman Osborn voice.
I wouldn't be able to do him justice. I know the actor you're meaning. It's been a while since I've
Daniel Defoe.
Yeah, Defoe. No, it was William Defoe, wasn't it?
Yeah. That guy.
That guy.
Late brain. Not
No,
work.
I know. My brain never works, so it's fine. One shock after another. You manage such delicate work without fins? Well, physical inadequacies notwithstanding, what are you talking about? I am sure that you would be a great help. Will you assist us? Please, please? Not just no, but hell's no. Yes. Then it is decided. Everything is settled. Indeed. I will have you shown to the grounds we have prepared. In the west stands the rocky cliffs of the Towering Still, erstwhile home of the Doro. Their abandoned structures have fallen into disrepair, but with some effort they could be repurposed. You are too kind, most considerate. I can hardly wait to see. Alright, don't mind me, just getting on my bike in your house. Why am I doing this? I mean, admittedly, I will have to go down a little more, but this is going to be quicker. I'll be travelling over there. The festival grounds can be found on the plateau above. Your Namazu comrades have already made their way up there. I shall show them to you. Hello. The famed wanderer Hoelin notes in the narrow road through the deep grass. The Doro are a proud but reclusive people who eschew almost all contact with outsiders. Perhaps Doro Isle's surrounding will yield some indication as to why. A river flows below the cliffs, so at least we need not worry for want of water. A wonderful location, yes. These pavilions are rather dilapidated, quite decrepit. But I will have them fixed up in no time. Yes, I'm itching to get to work. Though the actual itching may be my fins drying out again. Who wants to carry me down to the river? One size fits all. Suetsu the Enlightened is determined to set to work, or at least to setting others to work immediately. Let me decline that. Which one now is the lowest? Alchemists. Might as well get as much experience as possible.
Yep.
I worry not for the grounds. Gyoshin lacks many things, but zeal is not among them. Attire, however. Are you implying something about my fashion sense? Oh, to be so ignorant. What you fail to realize is that the festivals are not mere entertainment, but rather divine rituals. It is simply unacceptable to wear one's usual apron, couturiering notwithstanding. According to Hibarase's An Account of Myself, the people of Hinagashi traditionally don happy, colourful vestments resembling coats on such occasions. I could produce an illustration based on what I have gleaned from my readings. However, creating the happy themselves is quite another matter. Alas, where my intellect excels, my dexterity leaves something to be desired. How fortunate that I am a dab thin at sewing, then. Yes, I can make your designs a reality. But considering the volume of detail work required, another pair of fins would be ideal. Can I count on your assistance, Ilya? Thank you! Gyofu, Suigetsu? Or Saigetsu, the Enlightened? Can you decide on what to delegate? But of course, my prodigious analytical capabilities have made it clear to me that it would be most efficient for Ilya to provide components for Gyorai's use. Dye for the finished jackets, to be precise. You will find the necessary materials in that crate. Rest assured that you may devote your full attention to this assignment. Simply deliver what I have requested of you to Gyorai, and we will handle the rest. You sift through the cornucopia of crafting materials and retrieve all you require for your work. Okay. 3 sets of happy components. Society. Namazu. I don't need them at high quality, do I? I just need them.
Hmm.
$4.20. Just please! And they can't be quick synthesized. Fair enough. You have what we need? I thought you might still be stuck in unwilling conversation with Saigetsu the Enlightened. Gyoshin has made significant progress as well, and with nary a gaping wound to show for it. I expect that everything will be ready shortly, yes, so please take this opportunity to rest. Once the society is open, I can then do just the rest of it until I get another main beat quest, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That is looking more like a settlement now. You and Gorai have made happy for the festival. Fit for a festival. Let's go. Gyosen has made progress in repairing the pavilions. These pavilions should be suitable housing for our large cohort of volunteers. Yes, yes, according to my vision, we must aim to attract 777 participants to avert complete and total annihilation, which means we have only 777 or so to go. Or 70 to go. With those festive happies, I am sure we can recruit the rest in no time. Please, please continue to lend us a fin in the coming days. What the? Only 7 years remain until the Namazu are forever wiped off the face of Heidelin. Maybe we should stop. But today their ambitious plans to defy this fate are in motion. What will become of them? I don't know, because, I mean, how old is this DLC, this expansion? 5 years old? We only got 2 years left.
Like that.
The 777 unlocked. Okay. And now the music has changed. Oh no. Alright. And I need to go to Algeri for the Anata.
Yeah.
No.
This is one I have
the Peering
not
Stones. You haven't unlocked the Anata?
No.
Fair enough.
I do not find the format of the society quests appealing. Being limited to
Doing only
Only
so
being
many a
able-
day. Yeah.
yeah.
That's understandable.
I would be happier if I could just sort of come in, blast through it.
Yeah. A new contender. Mizran Nun is in need of a skilled warrior. Ah, Ilya, might I trouble you for a moment of your time? In recent days, a young seeker of the sun has seen fit to issue me several challenges to combat. I can only assume he means to assume the role of nun and leader of our people. Tradition dictates the strongest among us must take the position, so I gladly face any who believe they are fit to lead. The problem, however, is this challenger is decidedly weak. Yet no matter how many times I put him down, he refuses to concede. His invitations to duel were a mild annoyance at first, but I've come to find his single-minded determination to be intriguing. In fact, I was hoping you would consider training him. I realize how absurd it sounds to help my rival-to-be, but I am curious of his potential. If you would take him under your wing, he is likely loitering about Vidjala safe travels. You're squatting in front of a tree. Okay. You're that adventurer that's been sauntering around the village. What do you want? Mazra asked you to train me? Humph. I don't need his pity, and I certainly don't need you. And I'll prove it. After I beat you bloody, I'll defeat Mazra and take my rightful place as none. Yeah, that didn't go as you expected, did it? Damn it all! Why? Why am I so weak? Alright, fine. If you mean to train me, then get on with it. That's what you came here for, isn't it? Good. After a few lessons from you, Mazra will wish he never sent you to me. I refuse to end up like my father. I will become stronger, even if it means accepting help from my enemy. Where were we? Now, I should probably introduce myself. You can call me, Mezet. Or Zet. Now, how about you show me what you can do?
I'm gonna head back to my server on Seek.
Yep, no worries. Hold on a minute. I didn't mean I want to fight you again. I want to observe, preferably from a safe distance. A gazelle would make for a good fight. They graze near here. Let's be off. Near here, that's on the other side of the settlement. Jesus, boy.
Nearest relative. Closer than Kugani.
There! It's closer than Azlar as well.
Exactly.
Didn't mean to break the combo. Well, now I can see why my beating earlier was so swift. I feel stronger just having watched you fight. Maybe I can put some of those moves to use against Mazra. I need a moment to think. Down but not out. Alright, think I'm ready. The title of none is as good as mine. No, you're probably gonna be...
Bread. Bread. Even.
True.
As in non-bread.
Brown bread. Yep. Ugh, not again. Why am I so weak? Do you not tire of this fool's errand? Tell me, why is it you seek the title of, none? My father was none of the M tribe until his title was stolen and we were driven out of the village. Then, just when I thought things were at their worst, he abandoned me. This is your fault. If you hadn't taken away his title, he'd still be here. I'll rip you limb from limb if I have to. You wait and see. His father was Nan as well. There was a time when the M tribe was led by 2 Nans. In the common tongue, it is often interpreted as chief of the tribe. But first and foremost, we are a father to our people. When our hunting grounds are vast and children many, it is sometimes necessary to have a second Nan, as we once did. After the Garleans invaded, however, our lands diminished, as did our numbers. We agreed only a single Nan was needed. Under normal circumstances, we would do battle, the loser abdicating their title. But his father relinquished it willingly, and left with him from the peering stones. We have never heard from him again. Mazet, son of Marth. After all these years, he returns. But why would his father leave him to survive on his own? Perhaps there is someone among our people or the Anata who knows what became of him. Take Mazet with you and see what you can discern of his father's whereabouts. You'll like to find him near the southern edge of Vijala. Wish you hadn't seen that. What a bloody mess I was. None of this would be happening if my father were still here. It wasn't easy growing up on my own. Once I become Nan, though, I'll finally get the respect and admiration I deserve. I beg of you, help me defeat Mazra. Make a man out of you. Okay. Are you ready are you ready to whip me into shape? I've been thinking about how I need to improve, and I'm fairly certain fending off attacks is my weak point. After all, both you and Miraz bested me with a single blow. I think I just have the thing to practice defending myself. Follow me. We were told to go and learn more about where your father was. Okay. Look what I found. A Mark XLII. Well, that's 10. What's L? Is that 50?
I don't remember. For the life of me.
Well, it's not. It must be 50.
Yeah.
With how Roman numerals would work, it would be before that, meaning that it would be 10 before, right? And they usually do it in increments. It goes up in like increments of 5, or denominators of 5, right? Anyway. Look what I found. Mark 42 grenades left behind by the Garleans. Can you believe it? Word has it you've dealt with them before, so I'm sure you know what these can do. They'll be perfect for practicing my guard. No, they won't. Now take these grenades and throw them at me. No need to worry, I've already emptied out most of their explosive powder. Okay. You said most. Should have emptied them out a little more. I mean, that was nothing. Go ahead, toss another. You're an idiot, boy. I think that one had more powder than the last one. Not that that's a bad thing, mind you. Hit me with another. I could take it. No. You really shouldn't. Grah! Yeah, that's what you get. I must have forgotten to empty out the powder. You fool. But that just means the training will make me tougher. Why, I bet I could defeat Mazra right now if I wanted. Don't do it. Or perhaps after a short break. Honoring family. Yeah, okay. Those grenades took a toll on me, but I'm feeling much better. My ribs have taken an unusual shade, taken on an unusual shade of purple. But I bet that means the training's working. No, that means that you've bruised your ribs. I couldn't have come this far without you, though. It's only proper that I ask you come and see me finally take down Miraz. What do you say? Fine. Thanks. You know, you don't know how much this means to me. Let's head to the Peering Stones, then. Miraz won't know what hit him. Well, you're right. He won't know what hit him because you won't hit him. He will clock you in the face and put you down again. Though, you never know. This could be a underdog story and you could land a blow. And he'll be utterly confused. Well. Mazette, you have come to challenge me once again for the title of Nan? I have, and this time I will defeat you. Very well. Let us reconvene at the valley to the southeast. Reconvene? Are you afraid I'll shame you here in front of your people? No matter. Well, it looks like we're heading to the valley. No, he's found something of his father. Why are we fighting here of all places? There you are. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. Your time as Nan of the M tribe ends today. Before we begin, Mazette, there's something you must know. What now? A terrible tale told to me by the Vera. 20 years ago, a Mikote of the M tribe, traveling with a child, happened upon their people. He claimed to be a Narn who relinquished his title to avoid creating discord within the tribe. Though no longer one of them, he planned to watch over them from afar. One fateful day, the local wildlife were afflicted with a strange illness that drove them into a frenzy. It was as if they were possessed, forming a monstrous herd storming towards the peering stones. He could not stand idly by and watch his former home be destroyed, and so he chose to face the beasts alone, leaving his child in the Ananta's care. One after another, the beasts fell as he drove them into a nearby cavern. Yet, he would not escape unscathed, for one of the creatures struck him with poison that would soon turn him to stone. His limbs growing stiff, he used the last of his strength to collapse the cave entrance. The remaining crevasse would have allowed their escape was blocked by his cold, petrified flesh. That man was Mahat, your father. There are those who called him a coward for leaving, but in truth, he was the bravest among us. Do you recall this blade? It has rested here ever since that fateful day your father gave his life to save us. My father's blade. So it's true then. I hated him for so long. Be strong, Mazet. You are your father's son, and one day you shall make a great Narn. Forgive me. My memories of childhood are hazy, but I do recall being taken to an Anata village shortly after leaving the M tribe. Now I know why he left me all those years ago. He was a hero to the bitter end, fighting to protect our people. And now I would protect them too. I need to speak with Mirage. I think I keep saying his name differently every time.
Wouldn't surprise me.
But I'm fairly certain I have. Ah, you are returned. Mirage, none. I want to apologize for the disrespect I've shown you. You're not to blame for my father leaving. I realize that now. You needn't apologize. We are men of the M tribe. It is only natural that we might quarrel in one way or another. Now that you know the truth, what will you do now? If you would have me, I wish to rejoin the M tribe as a Tia. I will become stronger and one day carry on in my father's footsteps. By his blade, I swear it. Very well. I welcome you once more as Mazet Tia of the M tribe. Train hard, young one, and become the man I know your father believed you could be. I would also hold a memorial service to honor your father's sacrifice. We do not have his remains, but I pray his soul will at last be at peace. Thank you for all your help. I might never have learned about my father if you hadn't showed up. Next time we meet, you'll be addressing me as Mezatnan. At least I hope so. I also expect a rematch for that first thrashing you gave me. I should get going. I have to reintroduce myself to a lot of people, till we meet again. Words fail to express my gratitude, adventurer. He will make a fine Nan someday. When his time comes, I hope you will offer him support again, as you did this day. And that'll probably happen sooner than you expect.
Did that story sound familiar to you?
I was getting vibes of The Lion King.
Okay.
Why? What was it meant to remind me of?
I can't say this for certain, but the father abandoning the son to fight off a danger to his village and dying in petrification, and the son later on finding out the truth after resenting his father for many years. Very Red 13, is it, or 11?
Yes, it is. You're right. Red 13, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Because that is... Yeah, you're right. That is pretty much exactly what happened.
I mean, at least that's how I see it.
No. Yeah. Because, yeah, Red did resent his father, and obviously his father is on top of Cosmo Canyon, petrified.
Yeah.
But I also saw some similarities to Lion King as well, but just ended different. The story ended differently. And it wasn't that they betrayed each other, but yeah. So, yeah. The Red 13 story makes more sense.
I
Uh-oh.
think I've only ever seen The Lion King once.
Uh-oh, I don't like the name of that quest.
Why?
The rose blooms twice?
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, were we dealing in this area before?
Oh, you don't need to worry. That'll never come back up again.
What? How? What fortuitous chiming. I would ask a favour of you. I spoke again with the Vera regarding the death of Mahat, and I heard a disturbing rumour as to why the beasts of Avidralj ran amok that fateful day. They believe the Quailiana were behind it. It's hard to believe that such a reclusive tribe would do such a thing, but I would be foolish to doubt the word of the Vera. We must be certain, which is why I ask you seek the truth at the heart of this matter. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but the Quailiana have been acting strange of late, leaving their borders to venture into East End. An ill wind blows across the fringes. Please, you must find out what they are up to. You know, the only reason why I was saying that as well is a number of those quests had references to Disney in it as well. Like one of the quests being make a man out of you. which is a reference to Mulan at the very least.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not exactly the world's biggest Disney fan.
No.
I think I've been maybe a little vocal on that in the past,
A little bit.
once or twice.
Hey, Taylor. Griffin's Bane. Oh, thank goodness you arrived. Twice now you have saved me from certain doom. After completing my report in Gridani, I thought it prudent to return and learn more about the history of this region. I was especially interested in this tree they call the, Precipitant one? It is a revered source of great spiritual energy. I was told this was a place of beauty before the Garleans arrived, yet an air of gloom hangs over the place now. I plan to investigate the denigration of the area, starting with this tree, when I was assaulted by the Qualiana. But what brings you here? You suspect they've been driving beasts of the Vidrala into a frenzy? Perhaps it is related to their strange behavior of late. At any rate, we should have a look around. There has to be a reason why they came this way. It's, if the fates are kind, they'll have left us a clue. Alright. A foul odor assaults your nostrils, but you cannot find anything out of the ordinary. Okay. Well, there's something to interact with there, but I see a Vesta. The fruit dangling from the branches are a sickly shade of green. It would be wise not to eat them. Let's see, Tyler is over here. I should probably talk to her first, see what she has to say. I think I found what I was looking for at the very least. This odor is strangely familiar. Is it? It's just a bad smell. Strange fumes are emanating from the roots of this tree. Did you find anything? Bad smells. I recognize these markings. This is a container of the black rose. 12. Help us if any more samples yet remain. You don't suppose the Qualiana hid this here, do you? What could they possibly want with it? Ilya, are you unharmed? Don't look so surprised. Shooting a few arrows isn't that difficult, even for me. But that's not important. I came bearing news from Mazranan. He went and met with the Vera to offer them thanks for taking me in after my father's disappearance. It was there that he learned an awful truth about the incident that claimed his life. The Quiliana used a strange fruit to drive the beasts of the Virjada mad. The stampede was meant to drive out the M tribe so they could claim our lands as their own. Strange fruits? Of course! The precipitant one. This is only a theory, mind you, but if the contents of that container leaked into the soil, it may have had adverse effects on the plant life here. It would certainly explain the condition of this tree. Now that the Garleans no longer move freely through these woods, the Qualiana likely saw this as a chance to harvest the fruits and finish what they started. It's a plan that reeks of their people, never wanting to sully their own hands. Thanks to you two, we can ensure that it won't come to fruition. No pun intended. I'd love nothing more than to avenge my father here and now, but I know that's not what you'd want. I'll take her back to the Peering Stones. Ms. Raz will know what to do with her. I better go and contact Serpent Marshal Brookstone. We need to get men out here and dispose of that container. Thanks again for your help, Ilya. I hope our next meeting is under better circumstances. To even unlock that quest, I would have had to have gone through that quest line, wouldn't I?
Hmm. Yes.
Welcome back, my friend. Tell me, what did you find at East End? My word. So what the Vera told me was true. I never thought it a concern that the Quiliana should seclude themselves. They always seemed so peaceful. Yet our carelessness nearly brought about the end of the M tribe. Well, we will not make that mistake again. I will deal with the Quiliana you captured after they tell us all they know. I'm honestly surprised to see Mazet Tia choose to seek my counsel, rather than deal with them himself. There is hope for him yet. Again, we find ourselves in your debt. I foresee great things ahead for the M tribe, and I'm certain you have helped set us on a path to lasting prosperity. Here we go. Brooding Broodmother. Greetings, Ilya. I'm glad to see you are looking hale and healthy. Or hale and hearty. We're fortunate that you returned unscathed from that business involving the precipitant one. Thanks to you and Mazet Tia, the Quiliana have been keeping away from it. Speaking of the Anata, a messenger from the Vera came not long ago looking for you. Sarisha has some matters she'd like to discuss with you. Perhaps you could pay her a visit? Hell yes, I can!
It's way too late for you to be that thirsty.
It is never too late. Never in a million years. This thirst never runs out. Well, Camellia, allow me to once again express our gratitude for your heroic deeds. Your vanquishing of the Quelliana's vile simulacrum of Sri Lakshmi is worthy of the utmost praise. While I am reluctant to have to ask for your aid yet again, there is a matter of personal importance I wish to discuss with you. My beloved daughter, Alpa, is a member of the Resistance. Though she is young and unskilled in the way of war, she labors tirelessly for the freedom of Gar Albania. Now that the Garleans have relinquished their grip on the region, many Vera who serve the Resistance will be called back to Vera Naila, as my daughter Alpa's presence is required above all others. One day, Alpa will inherit the mantle of Broodmother, and there is much I must teach her. Despite our newfound freedom, many trials await in the days to come for all the peoples of Gar Albania. We need not only strong leaders, but able successors to lead us into the future. I have written a letter for Alpa explaining why she must return to Viranalia at once. However, I anticipate that her superiors will be against her leaving on such short notice. As a friend to the Resistance, would you be able to persuade them to release her from service? Will you grant us your cooperation? I'll handle this. Your selfishness knows no bounds. Please give this letter to Alpa. She is stationed in Relga's Reach. I pray for a satisfactory outcome. If you are about sometime this weekend, I do need to work on the book.
I'm not sure I can handle the demon child.
But you don't have to deal with a demon child, it's just help with the book.
Yes, cannot advise when, but yes, I will try.
Sure. Yes, I am Alpa. A missive from Mother, you say? Let me see that. She wants me to leave the Resistance and return to Viranalia? This is absurd. I am pleased that she has such high expectations of me, but I've still got work to do here with the Resistance. Oi, calm down, will you? First things first, haven't you got anything to say for the one who brought you the letter? You're right, where are my manners? I'm very grateful for you delivering this message. Ah, you're Ilya Starrage, the conqueror of Castellium Veldona, aren't you? Of course, I recognized you straight away. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. The name's Jolomnin, and I report to Alma here, believe it or not. I suppose I should explain why I don't want to go back, seeing as you've travelled all this way. Although I have assumed the title of Battle Maid, fighting isn't exactly my forte. And I'm much better at metalworking since joining the Resistance, I have been placed in command of a small group of blacksmiths. While the others were out capturing Veldonia, I was here in the Reach crafting armaments. If only I could have been there with them. I am proud of the work we do supporting our soldiers, but I want to be more involved. That's why I've come up with a plan to turn Castellium Veldonia into a resistance fortress, with the newly formed Veldonia gatekeepers in charge. Alpa went straight to our commanding officers and volunteered for the post of captain. It was certainly a surprise to hear they agreed to it, but she was only given permission on the grounds that I be assigned as her second in command. And she's been nagging me constantly ever since. Anyway, my blacksmiths are mainly made up of Anata, since we excel at forging weapons and armor. On the other hand, most of the frontline units include both Anata and Striders. Our superiors were concerned that even though I'm a member of the Resistance, I've spent most of the time among my own kind. Yolmin's here to teach me the ways of the other people of Garabania. Although officially she's the one leading the unit, I'm here to act as her mentor. She's still got a lot to learn about us Striders, though. The other day she tried to take off my uniform. Well, are you still going on about that? I thought you were getting ready to shed your skin, so I tried to help you out of your clothes. How many times do I have to tell you? We don't molt like Anata, you bumbling ninny. I was just itching my back, that's all, and I'm quite capable of getting undressed by myself. Aww. Let's not get into all this again. So, where were we? Ah, the letter. I will send word to Mother to tell her why I'm not going home. I'm sorry to have to involve you in all this. Wait! There's one more thing. While you're here, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would you be able to meet us at Veldonia? Thank you so much. Yomi and I will wait for you at the Castellium. Alright, can't fly here. Wouldn't want to break the immersion by having you fly in a settlement.
Why would we do that?
Yeah. Oh, that's really weird. Well, I guess this is so any class could gain experience, I guess?
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, a Brooding Brood Mother is level 60. It's a level 60 quest, rather than like being a level 67, which the last quests were.
Mm. It might be synced.
It may be a synced one. It does have the arrow on it.
Yeah.
You're here. I hope you had a safe journey. As I mentioned earlier, the Resistance wishes to repurpose this place as a new stronghold. The bridge is very important, strategically speaking, and is mainly used by Allied forces going to and from Grandania. But now that the Imperial forces have been driven out, we can expect more civilian traffic in the future. That said, if 10 score legionnaires suddenly showed up and demanded their bridge back, we'd be hard-pressed to hold them off with the forces we have stationed here now. Tell me, Ilya, what do other peoples do at times like this? The Grand Company's recruits full adventurers like me. In Ishgard, the Temple Knights petitioned adventurers to undertake leaves. I mean... the Grand Company's one. That's a pretty funny response. Where are the Ishgardian Knights? What a fantastic idea. Adventurers could cover our lack of enlisted soldiers. At least for the time being, let's spread the word that the Veldania gatekeepers are offering work. There's not a moment to lose. You're an adventurer. You'll sign up to help, won't you? Surely you can't be serious. No. I suppose I could lend you my strength. 1,000 blessings upon you. Let's begin by... Ah, someone's coming. Wait, is that who I think it is? Your mother. Mother! I read your message, Alpa. You have formed the Veldania gatekeepers and have been made their captain. That's what I wrote, isn't it? I've got an important assignment and I intend to see it through. Oh. And what is this important assignment of which you speak? I'm responsible for converting this place into a fully fledged resistance fortress. It is vital for both the defense of Grindania and Gar Albania. Alpa, you possess many virtues, but strength in battle is not among them. Yet you believe you are capable of leading this endeavor? Very well. The entire region stands to benefit from strengthened borders, our village included. But remember, Alpa, you are my heir. You cannot shirk this responsibility forever. You may remain here on one condition. It will soon be time for me to shed my skin. When it is over, I shall return to inspect this stronghold. If your work is found to be unsatisfactory, nothing you say or do will stop me from taking you back to Nyla. Fine, have it your way, and when you see what I have done with this place, you'll regret ever doubting me. I look forward to it. Until we meet again, fare you well. It seems my debt to you continues to grow. Please grant my daughter your counsel. Though she is rash and impulsive, her spirit burns brightly. So, if we succeed, Veldania will provide Nyla with greater security. If we fail, the village gets its future successor back. Your mother certainly knows how to negotiate. We won't fail. I'll do everything in my power and more to succeed. If you say so, Captain. Right, what needs doing first? If we're going to hire adventurers, we need to choose the right person for each job. We need to think about payment, too. Got it. I'll tell Ashana, Madhura, and the others to start getting things organized. I knew I could rely on you. There's still a good deal of time before Mother sheds her skin, so let's use it as best we can. Put up banners. They'll show everyone that this castellum is now under the jurisdiction of the Veldania gatekeepers. I hope we can count on your help too, Ilya.
I mean, crying out loud, if that's how all the snake women daughters are like, I kind of don't blame the other tribe for summoning a god using one.
I think it might just be her. The Veldania gatekeepers have taken command of the Castrum Veldania. There we go. Call me Snake.
Snake!
Snake! Wait, what? Okay, they're like the bee snails. Interesting. I can get a stuffed Anata. Alright. But yeah, buying full snails, okay. I need to do more to unlock more stuff for that, but that's fine. That is for another time. I think that's everything here unlocked. I need to work out where I can get the Moogle one, though. I believe I need someone inside of Ishgard. I'm not going to do the unlock now. It's like 20 past 12. I should, like, start thinking about sleep.
Yeah. That would be nice.
I mean, you didn't have to stick around. I appreciate it.
I know I didn't have to, but... Who else is going to annoy you?
I'm sure there are some people in chat that would happily fill that role.
Right, well, if you're calling it a night then, Ronzi, I'm going to vanish before you do all of your outro and everything.
Yeah, yep.
So that I can go to laps.
Yep, that's fair.
Have fun. I'll let you know if I'm available around the weekend.
Sure. Sounds good.
Okie dokie. All right, mate.
No.
Bye.
Bye. And with that, YouTube, we come to an end. Thank you very much for watching. If you made it to the end of this video, just know you are fantastic for doing so. Like, comment, and subscribe. All of that fun stuff. It really helps the channel grow. Gets noticed by that algorithm. Those comments down below, so I'll respond to you in kind. This is a blind playthrough, so you're going to talk about any of the plot points and what you encountered. Please do just mark your comments with spoilers beforehand, so I can use my discretion to read through them as I see fits. There are links down below. There's the Lore Objects merge store. There is my throne list. They help me out a ton if you can click on those. Let me just snooze that ad. So, until next time, YouTube, may you stay safe in this broken masquerade.